goes. I was waiting for that. It's too bad there's no more fucking hunts that I'm aware of. I just, if you remember right, I think it was yesterday, or not yesterday, but day before yesterday, it would have been Wednesday. I finally opened up the DLC content, which I'm super happy with. Speaking of DLC, yeah. Well, I don't know if that shows everything, but yeah, just to show. So as far as I know, and I'll recheck later. I don't know if it'll show on screen. Oh, it doesn't show on screen. That makes me a little bit sad. Yeah, as far as I know, there's only 2 pieces of DLC content to this game. As far as I'm aware, at least currently. And I am super excited to play them. Honestly, I'm kind of hoping to have beaten this through for the first time by the weekend's end. Not sure how hard that's going to end up being with the final boss fight. The DLC content should make it, unless this game levels bosses to your, scales to your levels. Um, then the extra levels and whatnot I'm gonna be able to get before I hit this final boss fight. Should be a massive help. I mean, they should be a massive help either way. Um, but they'll be less of a help if the game scales to you versus not scaling to you. And it's been kind of a hit and miss thing on games doing that. Like, I felt FF8 did that in terms of specific regions being a lot more difficult to get through than other regions because, higher levels. And it didn't even matter that, like, I was going through on occasion some of those regions at, like, level 100. Like, I'm not one-shotting bad guys, enemies in those regions. Like, that's not how it worked. And I actually appreciated that with Final Fantasy VIII. Like, it was easily one of my favorite parts to that entire game, was that it seemed like certain areas absolutely scaled to you versus not scaling to you. Final Fantasy X seems to be doing that as well, which brings me a great deal of joy. I have noticed something similar in 12 as well, where enemies definitely get stronger and harder the further through the game you get. And the thing with 12 is it's not quite as regional specific as it is in many other RPG, JRPG style games. In all actuality, even the weakest enemies in the weakest areas in 12 have gotten considerably tougher where I'm at in that game now versus at the beginning or even what I think was the game's midpoint. So for in case, a game designer or a member of a game development team somehow runs across my streams. I mean, I don't see that happening. I'm not a big time streamer. I stream on a regular basis at regular times, but I'm not a big time streamer like some of my acquaintances and friends that I've met through streaming. But let's assume that somehow my commentary gets back to member or members of a game development team. The one thing I would say to you, one of a couple of big things I would say to you, is if you're making a game, especially a JRPG, RPG style game, have your level up system for the characters that you play as. Don't ever take that away. Try to make it as unique as you can for each game. But above all that, have the game be programmed to scale difficulty to the player so that each individual experience is unique. If a player is not a good player but still manages to like get through the game, make sure that the game difficulty scales to that. Don't have it rely just on how big the characters get under that player. Factor in the player's gameplay styles so that it presents a challenge to each individual gamer, making it worth playing over and over and over and over again for those players. But don't make it such a challenge that a lot of players get, at best, frustrated with trying to get through the game. At worst, can't fucking do it. You have to find that balance point, game developers. So, if my words can, have any chance whatsoever of getting back to a game developer or multiple game developers, that is the thing I would like to say to you. One of several big things I think have been a problem in video games over the last 20 years. The other thing I would say to game developers is that we as gamers have had absolutely enough of this quantity over quality fucking bullshit that you guys seem to have become so fond of in the last 20 years. Because you guys really are losing a large amount of your player base with the philosophy of let's just push as much fucking crap out as we can manage to make the most money we can manage, and fuck how the gaming community feels about it, or how it may be ruining, the industry. Because whether or not other gamers are willing to step to the plate and eat the bullet and say the quiet part out loud, I absolutely fucking am. As a born, bred member of Generation X who has been there since essentially the beginning of video gaming and PC gaming, and remembers the time before when the industry was solid. There wasn't all this monopolization bullshit going down that we see in the industry today. That not only is illegal, at least to a point. I mean, we do have anti-monopoly laws in this country. But it really is like, and you can hate me for saying this if you want, as my fellow gamers or as members of game development teams. But here's a simple truth. This kind of behavior is ruining the gaming industry, and it's ruining gaming for millions of players across the planet. There are millions of us out here who want games to be good, who want them to be challenging, who want them to be fun, and who are upset, quite simply, that instead of focusing on quality over quantity, you're focusing instead on quantity versus quality. It used to be we'd get 10 to 20 games a year that were really good. There was some serious, real competition for Game of the Year in the beginning, and even towards the middle point in the last 20 years. But in the last 20 years, that's gone down, and the competition for that title has become lighter and lighter. They still throw a bunch of games into that arena, but if you look realistically, most of those games don't deserve to fucking be there. They don't. Most of those games, while they're not trash, they're just not good. Not good enough for the title of Game of the Year. And I want, if this can ever get back to developers, I want to go back to an era where you focus less on making billions and billions a year on sales, and instead you choose a number of games per year. I would say around 15 to 25% of all games supposed to be released in any given year. And you tell developers, this is the list of games that you're putting out that we want you to focus on quality, not quantity. When you drop this game, you need to make sure that this game is the best it can possibly be on release. And it's a game we want you to focus on making sure maintains its status as the best it can possibly be at any given moment. The rest of your games you can do whatever. But these games on this list that you're slated to make, these are the ones that you go, we don't skimp on these. Yo, Pagan. What up, bruh? I don't have sound alerts active today. I've got staff role stuff to handle in a Discord server. And I can't have streamer mode on because that kind of fucks with it. And Mooncat coming in with a raid. Appreciate the hell out of that. And finally saying hello to Great Girl. I saw you earlier. Don't worry about it. I saw you. How you doing, sweetheart? Sorry, was taking care of a staff responsibility and not really watching my computer. And since I'm playing on the PS5, my chat doesn't maintain itself on the screen. That is not my fault. That is between Twitch and PlayStation. You know, Pagan, if I wanted your lip, I'd rattle my fucking zipper. But now that I'm where I need to be, let's check the map. Because I don't know where I need to start this DLC content exactly. But I am super excited to play the DLC. Pagan? I'm going to pay your ball and chain to beat your ass for me. You know that, right? This is an adorable letter by Jill. I love that. This is so good. Oh, it won't be a good time. There'll be, open wounds with sea salt poured in and maggots put on it, and just all the nastiest, most vile, evil things that your lady and I could conceive of when we put our minds together in that way. You would say that, Mooncat. Okay, so this is the beginning of one of the two DLC quest lines.
But why now? After all this time. Why, what now?
Oh, I'm not sure you'd believe me if I told you.
After all we've been through. I doubt
Yeah,
there's anything
after
that can
you
surprise me at this point.
two did the Horizontal Mambo.
All right then. Rouse Joshua and meet me in the mess. We'll talk there. I see we're all here.
So, what is it this time?
Oh, and let's not forget,
Not sure yet.
I will find the most
Letter delivered to my
splinter-covered
chambers, omitting a few
sticks,
crucial details.
give them to your
His
lady,
provenance?
and have her shove
was
them
one of the details
repeatedly
it
in your
omitted.
butt
But whoever
with
the
no
sender
lubrication.
was, it seems the dame held them in high enough regard to point them in our direction.
The dame? Well, she's not one to waste our time. It must be important.
Important might be an understatement. If the letter is to be believed, Leviathan's dominant is in danger. And someone wants us to say Leviathan?
So the
I'll
Warden
send
of
you
Water
to
has
your
finally
room
returned.
every day at
100
exactly
years?
6 o'clock in the evening.
Monica dates back
You will be allowed nothing
Even our
but
venerable
your
Lord's Blood
clothes
had been so much as a glint in his
and your
father's eye
bedding,
when last the mighty serpent brought his crushing waves to bear upon the realm.
no food for 2 weeks.
I know it can be a few years before a new dominant's born. But over a century?
Should the dominant of Water's bloodline have been severed somehow, it could have prevented a new dominant from awakening.
But if one has awakened now, he couldn't have chosen a worse time. Every nation in the realm has lost its dominant. If word gets out that there is still one to be had, they will stop at nothing to claim it for their own.
And the twins will be at war again, just when humanity most needs to come together. Did the letter say anything else?
And I'll make you
Only that
work
if I wish to know
weekends
more, we must meet in person.
for half
Can arrange
pay.
a meeting.
If nothing else, you can be certain it ain't a trap.
And on Sundays,
Thanks,
that'll be a
Lance.
18-hour day.
Coming with you.
As am I.
Thank you. Both of you. And Otto.
Yeah. I'll keep an eye on things here. Didn't fancy coming anyway.
Thank you. I shall leave the Invincible in your capable hands.
I earned a trophy called the Calm. I find again what was lost.
Clive. Well, Clive.
I am.
Naturally. I shall. Truth is but a matter of belief.
Very much an immutable truth in today's world.
Alas. What is it that you wish to learn? Study it well, Clive. The state of the realm is ever-changing, Clive.
Wee! Wee!
Still alive, are you?
Is something the matter, Karen? You seem perturbed.
Don't know. How clever of you to notice. But yes, something's come to my attention, and I'll be damned if I know what to make of it.
Go on.
It's probably quicker if I just show you. Here.
Some sort of crystal. Though, I don't remember seeing one that color before.
Aye, well, that makes two of us. In all my long years of trading, both over and under the counter, I've never seen anything quite like it. They're calling them dusk crystals, on account of colour.
I see. They can be used to cast magics.
That they can. Just like their brighter, shinier cousins. Difference is, they don't last as long. After a couple of goes lighting your pie, they crumble away to nothing. That's how I heard about them. From crystal traders moaning that someone's been flooding the market with dodgy goods. And after asking the right people the right questions, and paying the right price, of course, I managed to get my hands on a sample.
I see why you're perturbed.
Hey, Hope. Do you feel that, Clive?
Yes.
Uh-oh. That can't be good.
All right, lads, that'll do for today. I said that'll do for today.
Yes, Chief. Yes, Chief.
Let's get this lot back to town, fill our purses and then our bellies. What did you two do now?
Yeah, that is definitely not good.
Please tell us you bought another London.
Stay calm, both of you. Who needs a lantern when you've got one of these?
No, not for this month, Pagan.
All that work for a single spark. Well, there'll be no more sampling the merchandise today.
That sounded close, Chief. Really close. Really, really close.
Now, lads, what am I always telling you? Good things come
to those who run. Wait for us, Chief!
And there goes Pagan. Oh, let me mark that. Start thinking of a game choice too, Pagan.
I've never felt a tremor this far inland before.
Me neither. But then, I'd never seen skies like these till a few moons ago, and it's been all change ever since. Come to think of it, the first anyone ever heard of these dust crystals was after you lot came back from the Dominion and brought this bloody weather with you.
Do you think the two things are connected?
Who knows? Could just be that with Drake's tail gone, the black market was running short of the good stuff. The Dominion's mines were the only source of new shards left in Storm after a certain evil outlaw decided to do away with the other mothers. And with the price of decent crystals going through the roof, traders turned to dealing in stuff they'd never have touched before.
The question is, who's selling these crystals and where are they? Wait.
You just earned a
They couldn't be from
Tier 3 redeem,
could they?
which means
No, that wouldn't make sense. I saw it form in the sky.
not only
Returned from the Dominion.
do you get
But if they didn't come from Origin,
the
they could be from other crystals then.
Funko next month,
Does that mean?
but you just earned a choice of rewards between a game I buy and play for a week
Another mother crystal we didn't
or
know about.
a game I already have access to that I play for 2 weeks on stream.
And quite
So start
often,
thinking of a game
on
choice.
account of which, I'll take this shard over to Tom's for you. Get him to give it a once-over, in case it rings any bells.
Right. Thank you.
And I expect you'll be wanting Jill's help with this too.
Right again. I will. Let me
But
go and find Joshua and we'll meet you at
no Ratchet and Clank, I fucking despise those games. I do. I sincerely, above almost any other game, fucking hate Ratchet and Clank. Crystal Darkly trophy earned. I'm braving the dusk. Huh. Couple of quick, easy fucking trophy earns. You got a couple of weeks to come up with something.
And
Because the Final Fantasy 16 month, dude, I was playing that. I actually had that played. And I had to stop midway through. Because after about 3 hours, I was getting migraines from playing that fucking game. I'm not kidding you. I was getting migraines every single day I played that game. And I played it for like a week and a half. Like, I don't know what it was about that game that was giving me the migraines. I've never had that happen to me before when I've played a game. But I'd get like 3 hours into play. And this is not a joke. Like, if you go back and you watch my VODs, at about the 3 to 5 hour mark, you'll hear me start to complain a little bit because my head starts hurting. I'm getting a migraine.
Allow me to educate.
And I got to the point where I couldn't deal with the migraine issue anymore. I couldn't. And on top of that, I got to a point where I could not figure out how to get past it. And I was really just getting to that point where I was about to start breaking my equipment.
Joshua.
And since I don't really have the money to replace it at this point, I couldn't keep going. So I played Lego Star Wars for a little bit as what I hope is a suitable replacement.
Not least because the Undying made no mention of these dusk crystals in any of their recent reports.
So they weren't aware of them either.
Well, perhaps. Or
But yeah, I
they
played
really deemed
Abe's
them
Odyssey.
unworthy of my attention. Wrongly, I might
Did
add.
not enjoy it.
I am inclined to share Lady Karen's
I
misgivings.
hate that fucking game. And Abe's any Abe game
With our
is on the
commands,
ban
I'm sure we'll
list
discern something of use.
after that
Place to
experience.
Let's hope so.
I cannot continuously subject myself to playing a game where I get that angry that quickly.
I've taken the liberty of telling these two everything.
Plus, it's giving me a literal migraine every day I'm playing
Hard
it.
to believe such a lusterless shard could conjure much of anything.
And I know it was the game itself that was giving me the fucking migraine. I know this because the days, my off days on streaming,
Why should these
where I didn't play it, I was fine.
They may be.
We know they first appeared on the black market shortly after Ultima Car's Primogenesis, darkening the skies. So might the two be connected? Could the spell have created a new Mother Crystal, perhaps? A replacement for the ones we destroyed?
What do you think, Harpocrates?
I think there may well be a connection. Yet, if we are to believe that the original Mother Crystals were of Ultima's making, does it seem likely that he would have need of anything so palpably inferior? No.
All right, Danny.
It said that it was not Ultima who created these crystals, but humanity. More specifically, our fallen forebears, whose wonders litter the land even now. Legend holds that the fallen challenged the gods in order to win their power, and came tantalizingly close to doing so. It seems only reasonable that they should wish to learn the secrets of the crystals which the gods bestowed upon them.
So they could make their own.
Precisely. You may recall that the tale of the sins of Zemeckis begins with the colloquy of the sages, a council wherein humanity sought to uncover the last secrets of the gods before waging their war to learn what little remained. It is perfectly possible that an understanding of how to craft crystals was among their many achievements.
Among their many achievements, prior to their fall.
Speaking of which,
Indeed. The same enlightened souls forged great and terrible weapons called
starting on the 3rd of September, I will be going back
in the Magitech War, a pointless conflict which served only to make its victors
to
confident of their right to
another 2 months
and when at last
of
they ventured to
viewer
do so,
reward redemption
the resultant
gameplay.
imbalance in the ether is said to have been so great that the skies themselves turned black and began to boil. The first recorded arcade sky.
So anybody in my chat who has rewards for that
It is my belief
that I haven't asked for
these
yet,
shards are the product of a long
now's the time to
slowing
start
Magitech
thinking of
mother
it.
crystal, stirred to life by a similar etheric upheaval to the one which accompanied its creator's fall.
There's only one way to know for sure. We track down whoever's selling them and find their source. Karen, where did you buy this one?
Down in Port Isolde when they were scratching around for supplies. Since the Imperials buggered off and took the tariffs with him, you can find all sorts of interesting stuff on the docks. Go and have a chat with the mercenaries guarding the gates. Your uncle's got some good lads there. You know when to keep a watchful eye and when to turn a blind one. Oh, and take the crystal with you. Might be your key to the underworld.
Pagan of the Storm has 2 T3 redeems. I have a T3 redeem that's already been picked for Fragilicious. Moondragon has multiples. Sloth Samurai has one that's already been picked. I need to see if I can get a hold of STL Superman. He has one. I got to try to figure out where Good Time Gamer came in, or Good Time Connor came in, because he's got one. Mrs. Cake has one, but she's OTR, and I'm done with them. I did do The Last of Us for Baby Bear. Trying to figure out if Danny Boy has any. I don't think he has. Quinn's got... No, that's not the right list. Never mind. So, Pagan of the Storm has 2 T2, Tier 2 redeems, and 2 Tier 3s that I need from him. Death Knight, Moondragon have about a half a dozen Tier 2s apiece, and there's some others that have them. That I'll have to try to get a hold of in the next couple of weeks. Danny Boy needs to start jumping in on the redemptions.
Clive.
Oh, Lord. Why is it our staff chat always devolves into sexual innuendo and comments? Good Lord.
How may I help you today?
Fucking kids.
Here you are. Very good.
You're not from the forest. Well, which forest? Then what were you going to tell me? And if you had?
All right, so no new hunts. Is there anything new here?
Expecting you back so soon.
No, there's not.
Twinside's hundreds of leagues away.
All right, excellent. So, chat, I'm going to give you the choice here on which DLC mission I concentrate on first. Do I concentrate on the one with the purple icon? Or the kind of brownish goldish icon? So for purple, type 1. For brownish gold, type 2. I'm going to give you about 5-6 minutes. So we got till 5 after the hour here. Type your decisions in the chat. 1 for purple, 2 for gold. Which side quest mission or DLC mission set do I start with first? And while y'all are hopefully thinking about that, I have a need. A need for peeing. I gotta go to the bathroom, take a piss. I'll be back. Y'all hang tight. Shut up, cat. All right, ladies and germs. Your time has expired, bitches. Which means I'll be making the decision for you. And I choose purple.
Samuel, slow down! Not bloody likely!
They're fast on their feet. What's going on here, I wonder?
What indeed? Let's ask.
Okay, that was ominous.
Who were those men just now?
Troublemakers, that's who. As soon as I asked them to present their packs for inspection, they turned white as a sheet and lead did. I chased them all away from the gates, but they're swift as hares. Still, at least we kept the bastards out. Don't need their kind stirring up any more strife.
And what manner of strife have they been stirring up, exactly?
Hey, are you joking? This business with the crystals?
Sorry, we've been away for a while. What's been going on?
All right, I'll humor you. After the paltry rations the Imperials left behind dried up, folks started trading crystals out in the open. We turned a blind eye at first. Lord Byron's orders. Way he saw it, it weren't right to deny people the one thing they were all clamoring for. Till the dust started turning up, that is. Dusk crystals, they're called. Ill-favored shards that crack as soon as you look at them. Not that the folk who bought them by the bucket load knew that. And they were baying for blood when they found out. In the end, his lordship had to step in and ban the blasted things. And we've been searching the pack of every trader who's darkened our gates ever since.
I see. And you think the men you were pursuing might have been trading in these dusk crystals?
Why? You in the market for some? Anyway, I wouldn't rule it out. In fact, I put a few gil on it.
We might still be able to catch them.
We might.
If you are heading up that way, you want to keep your sword handy. It's more than dodgy traders plying the roads these days.
Understood. We'll be careful.
If those men were selling dusk crystals, I think it unlikely that they will risk returning to Port Isolde.
Which means this might be our only chance of catching them.
You're finished!
Figure I might as well take it. The time I'm gonna need to refill my semi-prime bars. me a moment. One more fight ought to refill what I need.
Where are they?
Still some distance ahead, I'd wager. They were making a good pace.
Pretty sure that fight did not finish my meter. It's alright though, should have gotten it almost all the way.
There's another one.
Still no sign of those traders, though.
No. I just hope we haven't lost them.
These blimmin' tremors are scaring off all our customers.
The few that weren't scared off by the skies, you mean?
Perhaps one of those merchants has seen something. Forgive me, but did you happen to see 3 men in robes pass this way?
Yeah, I seen them. Poor bastards.
What do you mean?
A gang of nasty-looking brutes was on their trail.
Caught up with them just up the road. Screaming at them they were. Your crystals or your lives and all that. Only the daft buggers kept their crystals and legged it.
In which direction, out of interest?
Up that way.
Towards the Old Hill docks. If it's help they seek there, they won't find any. But perhaps they might find a place to hide.
Let's hope so. And then we can find them before their pursuers do. Thank you. And please, take care on the road. Come on. They're no good to us dead.
Lead the way, brother.
I wonder if I can... Yes, I can read this. Assuming that... Yep. They all say the same thing.
So the bandits haven't found them either. There's still time.
Let's go clear some bandits. Somebody's day's gonna get wrecked and it's not gonna be mine.
Bad luck.
Yeah. Bad luck for you.
Sent his sellswords, did he?
Let's focus on finding the traders.
You'll be taking nothing, sir. And you'll be liking it. Alright. I was hoping I didn't have to search every goddamn inch of this joint. But to find the goal I seek, it appears that is exactly what I need to do. Or not!
Can go on. I'll read. This should be far enough. Chief, they've found us. It's getting so a man can't even catch his fucking breath.
Gentlemen, a word. We understand you've been selling some crystals.
And like I told your thieving mates, you're not fucking getting them. So you can take your massive sword and shove it.
I'm sure I could, but we're not thieves.
Over here. I can smell the one who shat himself.
If you've got a plan, Chief.
Tell us you've got a plan.
Of course I've got a bloody plan. Good things and all that. Let's start again, shall we? You say you're interested in the crystal trade?
Not exactly. In actual fact, we were hoping to talk about this.
Is that all? Well, then I know just how to help.
If you're after the short shifter, he's over here!
Are you mad?
Slippery little pricks. Clinkers on the ground, quick as you like.
Gentlemen, you've got it all wrong. Do we look like merchants? He's the one you want. Just look at what he's got in his hand.
What? Him?
Wait, I'm not.
Do let us know if you need any more help.
They won't get far.
6 to my 4, and they're still outgunned and outmatched.
I'll carve you like a suckling pig and feed you to your fucking dog.
And as they say, that is that.
Did you see which way they went?
North. Making for 3 reeds at a guess. After them. If they reach the swamps, we'll never pick up their trail. There was something odd about those 3. They seemed less like merchants and more like...
charlatan? One might argue that a merchant is no good manner without it.
Then why am I not amused?
Faster!
Time to fight.
This way I could basically just run through these itty-bitty fights that I don't need anymore. Avoid that, which also unnecessary.
What did you find, boy?
Clive? Judging by the state of the ground, a lot more passed this way than our 3 charlatans.
Another group of bandits.
I doubt they'd leave this crystal behind. Regardless, we're on the right track. Let's pick up the pace.
Too slow.
Nice try.
Alright, you really want to fight that bad there, bub? I can kick your ass. I'll be a huckleberry. Damn it, you just had to come pick a fight with these idiots too, huh?
Ready, go? They wouldn't risk stopping at Martha's Rest, would they?
Not if they hope to pass unnoticed.
Then we better stick to the swamps.
Company.
All right, lads. I think we finally lost them.
Then think again.
Hello, you fucking morons.
Look, persistent bastards, I'll give them that. Friends, I knew those louts were no match for you.
But of course you did. Because you know what we're capable of, don't you? Now, you deal in crystal. Dusk crystal. And we want to know where you got it. So you're going to tell us.
Let's assume for a moment that we are the merchants you're looking for. Why would we tell you where we procure our stock? What kind of shepherd leads a wolf straight to...
Are they getting worse?
Clive, the tower.
Well, that's new.
That's impossible.
Yeah, Chief. Do you think someone else got into the tower?
Quiet, you daft sod!
And what would they find there if they did?
I wouldn't know. I've never been there. Echoes, maybe? Or fallen rubbish? I really couldn't say. The entrance is sealed tight. No way in.
And how would you know that? If you've never been there?
Look! Behind you! An Akashic monster!
If you think I'm going to fall for another one of your cheap tricks...
Clive, trouble.
What?
Oh, great.
Wait, don't you dare!
I don't think Martha would appreciate that thing on her doorstep.
Probably not. Let them run then. I have an idea where they'll be heading anyway. This shouldn't take too long.
That wasn't so hard. That's also what she said.
Well, that That was ill-timed.
But at least we know what was chasing the merchants.
That's twice we've saved them now.
I don't see anyone.
I've had enough of bandits and beasts, Chief. Can't we just go home?
And let those thieving pricks march in and take what's ours?
What's ours? Oh, no. You don't mean...
The Dusk Crystals, aye. Halleck, Marnik, we're going back to that tower if it's the last thing we do.
But the lights, Chief. What about the lights?
First you whine about it being too dark, then you whine about it being too light. Think about how easy it'll be to mine now.
And you're sure they're bound for the tower? When they aren't running away from trouble, they're running towards it.
Do you know anything of the place, Joshua?
Last not. I have seen it labeled Sage Spire on some maps, but beyond that, the ruins are no different from any other fallen derelict. Another impenetrable relic of the past.
Not so impenetrable, apparently. Our friends plainly found a way in.
They could be living there, like we do in the Invincible.
Well, the tower is unquestionably large enough to hide 3 merchants, but...
Oh, hey, look, it's Bixie Deer Hunter.
A Mother Crystal.
How you doing, buddy?
It would go some way to explain why the area was among the first in Rosaria to fall to the Blight.
Then it's settled. We head to Eastpool and make our approach from the dim. To think there could have been a Mother Crystal here in Rosaria all this time. The wars that could have been avoided.
We still don't know what's in there, Clive, but whatever it is, there is a good reason it has gone unnoticed for so long. The tower sits atop a jagged ridge. Few have ever had occasion to pick their way through the rocks, even before the Blight swallowed them.
That's it. Please forward.
Shouldn't we at least afford?
Yep. That's the way I want to go. This'll be fun. I really don't like this particular location. It's so desolate.
Come on.
Faster.
Are those goblins? What are they doing in the Deadlands?
Look what they're carrying. I don't recall ever hearing of goblins using fallen relics as weapons.
Well, they certainly are welcoming gifts.
Clive, remember where we are?
No magic. Right. They're even uglier up close. You're right.
I'll manage.
So well. Get him. Over here. So well. Over here.
No magic? No problem!
Let's hope that was the last of them.
Indeed. I'd almost forgotten what it was like to have to rely on steel alone.
Clive, Joe. You may want to see this.
What?
It was open when I found it.
Someone was in a hurry. 3 guesses as to who.
Then this must be their way into the tower.
There's only one way to find out.
I wonder if I'll be able to use magic when within. This will be a considerably harder fight without access to magic. The only way is up. Trophy earned. I entered the spire. Fucking artwork is beautiful.
It seems somebody's woken this place up. The question is... who?
Well, I can tell you who it wasn't.
Unauthorized biometrics detected.
Someone's here.
Initializing security scan. Safety protocols disengaged.
I don't think that was someone, Clive. I think it was the tower.
Either way, it doesn't sound like we're welcome. Keep your guard up.
I do not anticipate anywhere near an easy time of this.
Intruder alert. Intruder alert.
I think my powers have returned.
The same thing. There's an abundance of it.
Alright, yep. It literally gives me no other direction I can travel at the moment.
Goblins.
So now we know where they got their weapons. But how long have they been hiding here?
Level up! I think I ruined their days pretty good.
Dusk
Uh-oh.
crystals everywhere.
Well, that's one mystery solved.
But there's no mother crystal.
Yet. We still have plenty of tower to explore.
Thank you for the potion.
I know that voice. Come on. Well, look who it is.
Core defense systems engaged. Initiating sterilization lockdown.
What the hell is it talking about, Joshua?
Good things, lads. Good things.
Oh, that had to hurt. Somebody should clip that scene, because that looked painful.
Hey! Over here. Take your friend and get out of this place. Now!
And while they run away, we do the fighting.
Angry.
The fireball to the side of the head will do that.
Lie down and die, you giant thing! we go! Interesting.
Security Sentinel 503 offline. Initiating emergency call relocation protocol.
That's got to be the mother crystal.
Better. I'd say that was the heart of a mother crystal.
I knew that fallen thing was no match for you. Allow me to apologize for earlier. That was, ill-played. All born of a misunderstanding, though. Can we start again?
We don't need your apologies. We need answers. And you're going to give them to us.
Why?
I suppose you'll be wanting to know about the tower, then? As you've probably guessed, this isn't the first time we've been here. Fact is, my people have been coming to this place for centuries.
Have they now? To these ruins in particular?
Aye, well, they, talked to us. Told us what this lot was all for.
And what is it for?
Well, believe it or not, the Fallen were actually using this place to make their own, mother crystal. Though, despite years of searching, all we ever found was shards.
Then, Harpocrates was right. It would seem that the Fallen did indeed acquire the god's ability to craft crystals.
I wouldn't go that far. The shards aren't exactly divine. They're not even what you'd call decent. But they're better than nothing, and nothing is what our people had before we found them. So we've been coming here ever since.
But these dust crystals have only recently appeared on the black market. What made you decide to start selling them?
The skies. Once they went dark, the crystals started growing back, till there were more than you could count. And with the mothers all cracked, anyone with anything that could muster so much as a spark had people queuing up to take their coin.
Yes, at a cost to us all. Quality apart, these crystals are no different from the ones the world has been using since the dawn of time. And it cannot continue.
No, it cannot. While this is clearly none of Ultima's doing, there can be little doubt but that it serves his cause.
Then our path is clear. So let's do what must be done.
Wait, you lot aren't thinking what I think you're thinking, are you?
Oh, I think there's a good chance we are.
But, what about the tower's defenses? That thing you just fought, it won't be the last one. And the further you climb, the worse they'll get. How about we head back to Martha's before someone gets hurt, eh?
That is sound advice, which I suggest you take before someone gets hurt.
Time to go crack another crystal.
Sure you don't want to think this over? We could talk about it outside, where it's safe.
I've never seen anything like that in here before. I swear.
I told the chief we should go home. I told him.
To think the Fallen built all this. The knowledge they must have needed.
Knowledge now lost.
Seen a couple towers like this throughout the course of playing this. And given this particular DLC content and the history portrayed of this world throughout the course of the gameplay thus far, I kind of have to wonder if
this is like every other fallen ruin,
each of the towers has a mother crystal. This particular section would indicate that the hypothesis is probably true. That each tower most likely has a mother crystal crafted by the Fallen. That said mother crystals are likely inferior to the ones crafted by Ultima. I mean, the logic would track, but this is an RPG/JRPG style game. As oft as not, logic doesn't tend to hold in these style of games.
Any idea what those are? They seem to be containers of some sort. Or perhaps
cages. Like some sort of twisted menagerie. But why here?
Are they studying these creatures? Perhaps for biological modifications or even biomechanical? Or even to create strictly mechanical variations?
Detected. Releasing subjects Alpha to Epsilon.
Wait, they're still alive. But this tower is more than 15 centuries old.
Sweet. I've now mastered the given abilities of 3 icons. Bahamut, Ifrit, and now Shiva.
That device. It glows just like the doors.
Development log entry 680925.
Pokeballs in chat, folks.
Successful. 3 units of grade 3C crystal produced. Moving forward, all seeds fabricated from inorganic material are to be replaced with lab-grown organic specimens.
Organic specimens. So they were turning living creatures into crystals.
That gives a bit more of an explanation for why the lab. Oh look, goblins.
I doubt some of the creatures in these cages have been seeing Valisthea for 1,000 years.
Well, here's to 1,000 more.
Well, if there was a level cap before the introduction of the DLC to this game, I'm going to take a semi-educated guess and say that this DLC content that they added probably increased that level cap.
Of course they built more than one. So it appears this incarnation can fly.
You know I'm wrecking your day, right? Right, bub? Stomps. It's got to be one of the Earth abilities. The Titan icon ones.
That makes two.
Yes, but of how many?
That depends on how determined they were to conceal their activities.
Alright, nothing over that way by the look of things.
This is all too easy. If the tower is in control, why not simply disable the lift?
What are you suggesting, Joshua?
That it's hurting us. There's an entire fleet.
I wonder if any are still capable of flight.
Mid will want to see this.
Oh. There's some fun stuff here. If my group can get in here and grab it. Alright, hang on. Staff duty to handle. Yeah, that's where I thought I needed to go. Let's come over here, grab this. Just trying to make sure my supplies are topped. Since there's no buyer or seller. That I'm aware of in levels like this.
We're being watched. Let's show them what we're capable of. Nice try.
Pokemon in chat. Let's get those Pokeballs out, folks.
Transferring Sentry Prototype AM2 to Stasis Silo West.
We'll just have to hope those crystals it's sporting are as worthless as the others.
So, these fallen creatures that I fought throughout the course of this game, given that we now know that the fallen apparently had the ability to genetically modify living beings, perhaps even create biotechnology. All those seemingly mechanical creatures I've fought, I now wonder if they were just more fallen experiments done with living beings. Goddamn motherfucker.
Neural link lost. Re-establishing connection.
Imagine an entire war fought with these things.
The quantity of ether required to animate them all would be unfathomable. No wonder they were trying to manufacture their own crystals.
Unable to establish connection. Raising threat index.
It seems we've made an impression.
Perhaps the rest of the cages will open now.
Don't tempt fate, Joshua.
Forgive me, brother. They may not.
Primary firewall breach. Code orange. Bypassing safety protocols.
Alright, I need to go to the bathroom quick and grab some coffee. I'll return shortly. Y'all bear with me here.
With like full arms, that's freaking badass. Okay, that was badass. It's got the first, and then it's got another 2 arms that come out. That's freaking awesome. Doc Zimby, how are you doing today? Give you Alright, no problem, I'll sort that out.
All right. Quick save. I filled up a fair bit of that. It's like another elevator. And yeah, this game is pretty good about forcing you onto the path they want when they want it. Which kind of sucks. Because they make it sometimes look like you can go places you can't.
Is that living flesh?
I'm beginning to think this whole tower is alive.
I'm beginning to think this whole tower is biomechanical. I'm beginning to think that that's what the technology of the Fallen was biomechanical tech. Okay. Love that move.
Did the tower make this as well? Or is it some sort of corruption? I don't know, but wouldn't you say it looks oddly familiar?
Oh, great.
A mine tool.
1500 years ago. Yes. Too slow.
Oh yeah, some of my high damage moves. All done in my powered up state. So damage was increased by a pretty good amount. Would have been better if he was staggered at the same time. I would have, like, quadrupled the damage. But beggars can't be choosers, and I still fuck up his world anyways. See? Fuck this world up. Oh, that's nice.
Initializing emergency subroutines. Diverting reactor power.
I think it's getting ready to receive us.
Yeah, I think so too.
Ah, there's another one of those devices.
Development log entry 750501. Average improvement of crystal resilience 492% when biological core exhibits high ethereal congruity. Specimens with a congruity rating of 7 or below are to be sent to B level for military repurposing.
Reason not, want not.
Apparently. Whee!
This truly was the work of the Fallen.
Then they were closer to attaining godhood than we ever imagined. No wonder Ultima struck them down. An army
Just die, Omnicron.
Secondary and tertiary firewalls breached. Code red. Code red.
The heart must be close.
Okay. Somehow I must have went the wrong goddamn way, didn't even know it.
If it wasn't for OBS and Twitch doing nonsense, we would have had a 12-hour stream, but it does bother me. Sadly, we don't have time to show that, but
there.
For those of you that will
Now's our chance.
You know very well that I did hit the 12-hour mark. But yeah, I discovered what the problem is, so hopefully maybe next week, Friday, we can try Clubhouse.
And there's the fucking mother crystal.
Unauthorized entry detected. Primary core firewalls activated. Initializing iconoclastic defense system Omega-1.
What the hell is an iconoclastic defense system? I have a feeling we're about to find out. And that we will not like the answer.
What in the name of the goddess is that?
Core containment complete. Authorizing environmental sterilization protocol.
Well, at least we know where it is this time.
Quite. And if we want it...
If we want it, all we have to do is kill an icon.
Safety routines disabled. Weapons armed. Stand clear.
Something drained my semi-prime meter.
Is it over? Please tell me it's over.
Data assessment complete. Recalculating threat level. Weapon routines authorized. Rerouting core power to Omega 1.
Not yet.
And what makes you say that?
Those new arms, for one.
Oh, I don't like this. I do not like this at all.
I'm convinced.
Alright, I gotta handle staff responsibility quickly.
Seems like it still has some fire left in it. Too slow. Nice try.
Whoa.
Ooh, who's touching me? I hate when they grab me. That's so aggressive. Let me just live. No, stop touching me!
Nice try. All yours, Corvo.
Fucking Christ, those attacks, yo! Finally! Jesus Christ!
Safeguards removed. Commencing dimensional compression.
I don't like this.
Why can't I?
Breathe. Because it's constricting all of creation.
Well then, we'd better kill it quick.
Clive, we're running out of room.
Just keep fighting.
I will not fall. Die, you son of a bitch! Come on now. There we go. That's a good crab icon. What the fuck ever you are. Holy fucking shit.
Omega Control Unit. Offline. Initiating emergency core extraction.
Would you care to do the honors, Clive?
Gladly. For what? I thought I told you to leave this place.
What must you ruin us all? I cannot let you do that. We need these crystals. They're all we have.
And just who is this we?
We are of an ancient tribe, one of the first to lose its lands to the Blight. For countless years, we were forced to roam the Twins. A nation without a Mother Crystal. A people without a blessing. So we found our own. The Dusk Crystals provide us a means to survive.
Yes, but at what cost? Like all crystals, these shards channel ether. And where do you think that ether comes from? It's sucked from the land, as a leech sucks blood from a beast.
And what? You just expect us to believe that?
No, but that doesn't make what we've told you any less true. If this heart is anything like the others, it will bleed the Twins of their life force, till naught remains, naught but death.
The proof is all around. What do you think robbed your people of their home in the first place? We are trying to stop that from happening again. And this is the only way.
Fuck me. You're Sid.
You saw what happened after the Empire lost Drake's head. What do you suppose they will do when they find out, as they surely will, that there is another heart hidden right here under their noses? Your people's need will count for naught.
And with the tower now all but defenseless, at least for now.
Damn it. It doesn't look like we have much of a choice.
What? You said you didn't believe him, Chief.
I don't. But the man does have a point. There's no keeping this place a secret now. And hanging on to these crystals will only get our people killed. Have it your way then. Just promise me you'll leave my people out of it.
Stand back. It's about to get hot in here.
Surge detected. Warning. System overload. System overload.
Gee, I wonder why the core's not found anymore. Oh, hey, look. Pokemon in chat. Get your Pokeballs out.
sure saw the crystals fade, but what of the cages? We barely even explored half of the chambers.
Without the heart to sustain them, I doubt those still slumbering in the tower will stir now, if ever.
I hope you're right. The last thing the world needs is one of those six-legged pests running around wreaking havoc. We have more than enough two-legged pests to deal with as it is. However blameless they may claim to be.
What? Oh, two-legged. Right. Sorry. I was just wondering what I'm going to tell the village elders when we get back. I suppose I'll just beg them for forgiveness, and when that doesn't work, give them the slip and lie low for a year or two.
You're planning to run away? Again?
What? It's got us this far, hasn't it? I mean, we may have had a bit of help, like.
Kind of you to remember. Will you and your people be alright?
Oh, we've made do without before. I reckon we'll survive. And if what you said is true, it's not like the rest of the realm's going to have it much easier. Besides, one man's ordeal is another man's opportunity, as the old saying goes.
I don't recall ever hearing that one, but fine.
Now, if you don't mind, we've got places to be.
We do? I mean, we do.
Thanks for everything.
I said we've got places to be.
Back to the hideaway then. Karen and Hippocrates will want to hear about this.
I was thinking we might first return to the tower and see if we can...
Back to the hideaway then.
Well, that was a frightening ordeal.
Back, are ya? So? Did you find out where the dust crystals were coming from, or what?
It's, a long story. And perhaps one better told in the shelves.
Bloody hell. Remind me never to go poking round in any fallen ruins.
Not only a mother crystal of human creation, but an icon as well. Truly, the study of our fallen forebears is endlessly rewarding. The wonders of which they were capable never ceased to amaze.
They came as something of a surprise to us, too.
You can say that again. We had no idea what we were getting ourselves into when we set foot in that tower.
We only knew the old stories. Of a people so consumed by greed that they sought to overthrow the gods. And I'd hazard the thing we found in that tower was conceived for that very purpose.
Omega. The offspring of the Fallen's boundless knowledge and unchecked ambition. A dangerous combination for all concerned.
And Ultima crushed them. It was he whose secrets the Fallen coveted, let's not forget. He whom they strove to dethrone. Just as we strive to dethrone him now. Without their knowledge. And without their weapons of war.
Clive.
This power I've been given may exceed even theirs. But if I use it, as they did, who's to say things won't end the same way?
Come now, brother. I think the events of recent days have made it abundantly clear that we are not our ancestors. As well you know.
All right. They made crystals. We destroy them.
In crafting their artificial art, the Fallen sought to emulate the divine. But that is not the path we have chosen.
No. We don't want to be gods. We just want to be free.
Well said. If one does not learn from the mistakes of the past, one is doomed to repeat them. And so, I mean to write down everything you told me to the very last detail. That those
One of my favorite sayings.
might learn from our travails. And perhaps, just perhaps, forge a brighter future for our descendants.
One of my favorite sayings because it's true. Those who forget the past are doomed to repeat the same mistakes that, like, that's just the truth of things.
Oh my gosh, I mean, John, if you're trying to play Jelly Beans, I could get you in a game after this one. What is up?
Repercussion! Trophy earned. I silenced the echoes.
Hi, Jelly. Do you want to play? Let me know. Because my solos are not doing it right now. Home from work, looking to play some. See, we all qualified, so like
That blade is kind of pretty. Not pretty enough for me to use the look of it.
Still alive, are ya? So...
Yo, J Moose. That's my stick, goddammit.
No.
What slot? Trying to... Where the fuck would I go to say something about it? I'm looking under the channels I've got, and nothing under the Armada itself says much. All I see in there is the current dock. I can't even say anything in current. There we go. Well, I've been trying to do a couple of fucking things here and didn't even see that. Speaking of which, one of those things I got to take care of is right here. I gotta go remind myself of something right quick and in a motherfucking hurry. Where's the thingies? That should do it. No. God damn it. Where's the channel for that? Oh, there it is. Ah. Let's see. Going by CSTs, that's what I'm most familiar with. So, all right, 1 hour, and though this will be CST time. It's the 8 o'clock slot, so it should have been Gobby Splicey, I guess. Which means that unless he doesn't answer, it's Drunken Sorrows. So hour slot and Drunken Sorrows unless something happens.
Coin purse weighing you down. It'd better all be here. You're rubbing me blind, you know.
Oh my god. I love it.
You'll not find a better price than that. You're rubbing me blind, you know.
Hey, look. Pokemon in the chat. Let's get those fucking Pokeballs out, because it's one of the few times you're allowed to play with your balls in public. Blah, blah, blah. Blah, blah, blah. Blah, blah, blah. Ooh. Another one. Awesome.
I reckon I can find a buyer. Is that all?
What do I owe the honor?
Oh, he's stinky. You're stinky.
What do you want?
Omega weapon is mine. My reward is with me. Trophy earned. I obtained the Omega weapon.
It lasts you a good while.
So I don't even need to worry about trying to get that sumbitch no more, because what I just got, so much better.
No scratches, right? Should last you a good while. Not bad, if I do say so myself. No scratches, right? Not bad, if I do say so myself. Should last you a good while. No scratches, right? Should last you a good while. Not bad, if I do say so myself. Yeah, that should do you. Not my best work, but it'll do. You can thank me later. Not my best work, but it'll do. You can thank me later.
Ooh. That stuff is actually really good. Better than my current rare equipment.
Not my best work, but it'll do. Yeah, that should do you. Not my best work, but it'll do. Yeah, that should do you. Not my best work, but it'll do. Anything else?
No, sir.
Clive. Coin purse weighing you down? I reckon I can find a buyer. You got out else? I'll be thankful you got that much. I reckon I can find a buyer. I'll be thankful you got that much. I reckon I can find a buyer. You got out else?
Ooh.
I reckon I can find a buyer.
No, for real, that's decent. Dude, you just killed that. Have you seen the section in Who You're Reading? Yes, I have. Do I have
Come again. Or don't. I'm not much bothered.
I mean, I still want to, like, make that one blade. Just so I have it in the inventory. But I don't need it anymore, is the thing.
Oh my gosh, John, this is a lot. This is awful. This is it. Oh no. I took this to it. Oh, hi group. I'm streaming, so. Okay, cool. Yeah, thanks for listening, Storm. Oh no. Oh. As you said it. Boy, I know. I kind of. I'm gonna shut up. You know, I kind of like this one. Oh god, dude. Yeah, I'll fix it. Oh, I'm dead. Okay, no, we're not.
Good morrow to you, my friend.
Stop! Yo! Don't touch me! I hate it! I'll just be living my life. I'm not aggressive. I don't touch any of you. Oh.
In short,
It's fine. I have to get one for... Am I supposed to go a certain way after this? Oh, it hurts. Oh, whoever did that, if you were trying to get a clip.
Okay.
I well recall. He truly believed.
John, I was there! Are you kidding me? They time it out? That's awful.
It will take forgiveness. From himself.
Hi, Trapshot. Thanks for the check-in. Over.
I have compiled if you would like to see them.
That didn't hit me to level 8? Fuck you!
You wish to study the tomes?
How did that not? Like, that was a harrowing little bit. I actually died once trying to do that. There, now there should be far less background noise. Oh, that's pretty. I like it. I like the look of that blade.
What will it be today?
Hi, Iziko. What's up? What? Are people sending links or images? Wait, what'd you say?
How may I help you today? Of course. One must understand one's place in the world. The state of the realm is ever-changing, Clive.
Just curious if killing that icon killer... Yeah, I didn't think it was going to do anything there.
Oh, I wasn't expecting you back, sir. Come again.
Didn't think
I may
that
have
was
more
going to
for
do
you.
anything.
Clive!
Justin and Grandma Justin and where's Grandpa? Ah. Oh, shit. Fucking that command completely up. Yo, what's up, Grandpa?
Seen enough?
Oh, one more thing to go do here. I've got one more ting of new music. All right, now for the next bit of DLC content.
To the Vale it is, then.
Welcome. You've a keen eye. I do like a customer who knows what he wants. You've a keen eye. I do like a customer who knows what he wants. I'll be here if you need me.
And how might I help the garrison today?
Trying to get all that, like, specialized equipment stuff.
Looks like you've got a thirst.
But enough talk.
Fancy a peek behind the veil, my lord?
I'm looking for a Layla.
You found one. So, will your friends be joining in? Or just watching?
We're not here for your services. We simply want to talk.
What you do with your time is up to you. The price is still the same.
We hear about the letter.
Oh, you did a hydrate. Well, I have done that there, AFK. I did not see that, though.
Know who wrote it then?
Among other things.
Look, I'm just the messenger here.
Pokemon in chat, folks. Get those Pokeballs rolling.
Specifically?
A location. North of town, on the shore of Isle of Feist Bay. There you'll find a tent and the woman who can answer your questions.
And that's all? Nothing else?
Actually, one thing. There's more than flowers in the meadows these days. So keep that sword of yours to hand.
Oh, I do. I always do.
Does anyone else think it's strange that this woman should prefer to keep to the outskirts of town?
What if she realizes the value of the information she's party to?
And the danger it puts her in.
Need to be heading, yep, this way.
The numbers favor us.
Get him!
Let's go. Fly, Ambrosia.
Think she'll be... Yeah, I think that's her right there.
Well, the tent is where Layla said it would be.
Yes, but who awaits us inside?
It's empty. Why am I not surprised? Boat. No prizes for guessing who that belongs to.
Okay.
The embers are still warm.
So you're Sid.
Nice close-up of that ass. And them titties. Not gonna lie.
I suppose I must be.
But Japanese, so, you know, have to expect that. Japan don't give no fuck.
I am Shula, tributary of Mysidia, final haven of the Motes of Water.
The Motes of Water.
The very tribe into which it was believed Leviathan's dominant was born. A people notable for
What
sapphire
audio
eyes and
commands?
curly hair. Yes, that would be impossible, since the tribe famously...
Vanished.
Are you talking about my sound alerts?
Despite the best efforts of both church and state, we are still
I'm
though we've managed to
helping
keep that
run something in a server in which I'm staff. And to do so, I cannot have streamer mode on, which, if I have my OBS up, is going to activate streamer mode, because it fucks with certain things I need in order to do the job I'm supposed to be doing. So it's not that my sound alerts don't work. They actually do. I have them working fine when I'm able to have OBS up. I just can't have it up today.
Not that I'll hold it.
And I don't know if I'll be able to have it up on
The wave was raised
Sunday or tomorrow.
in an act of rage. Moments before the waters were stayed, and the icon and its
I'm sorry, dude, but I have staff responsibilities I have to handle. And I can't let things get in the middle of that, unfortunately.
The bird told me about a certain outlaw with a singular knack.
I will
for unruly dominance
try
in the place.
something tomorrow to see if I could get it to work.
For years we've searched for
And if I can, then I'll be able to have sound alerts up then, maybe. But it will be an experiment, and I don't know if it will function properly.
Will you help us?
What exactly did your dominant do to warrant this punishment?
What did he do? He committed the greatest crime one of his kind can. He was born. But he deserves a better fate than the one my people forced upon him. He deserves to be free.
As do we all. Very well. Far-fetched though your tale may seem, something tells me you speak in earnest. So we will do what we can for your dominant. But first, you will tell us everything you know about him and the means of his imprisonment.
I can do better than that. I can show you. Care to take a trip across the bay? My people await you there.
Lead the way.
I'm not worried about animosity from you, even if you dared to try it. You forget who you speak to, sir. I am the almighty motherfucking Zimby. Show me animosity? I show you my hairless butt. All right, we got to pause this here for a few minutes. I need to run, go get some coffee, and take a quick potty break. I'll be right back. Y'all hang tight. Just hang in there. Oh. I had been holding that in, letting that build throughout the entirety of the tail end of that last bit of fucking DLC content that I just did. Just praying, go faster. Fucking get over with. God damn it, motherfucker. I just want to be done with it. So, as soon as that shit was done and I had this shit started, I'm like, yeah, I need to go handle the call of nature before the call of nature fucking handles me. What's a waste of points? Hello, waifu, and hello, covers. Oh, you tried to use my sound alerts. Oh. Okay, yeah, I don't have my OBS active right now, which I need to have sound alerts work. So, and there's a reason for it. The reason being, I'm a staff in another server, and I have stuff I've got to do today for that server that if I have OBS up and running, it kind of fucks with what I need to do because it's that streamer mode thing that activates, and I don't know how to fucking turn that off without shutting OBS completely the fuck down. So, like, I could just turn OBS on, then turn it off when I need to, then turn it back on, but that's such a pain in the ass. It cuts into me being able to do what I do. So I just kind of figured I'll just keep it off for the day. I will be streaming again on the morrow. So I think I have an idea of how to get around the issue that I deal with the streamer mode thing. I will try it out tomorrow. I can't promise it will work. I don't know if the plan will work. Hey, Tech, you still on my channel? And regular Justin, are you still here? Hey, Fragalicious. Hey, Fragalicious. I need you to shoot me a DM on Discord sometime tonight. I want to make sure I don't miss anybody. Yeah, we'll do it this way. Rabbit, you have powers. So, do me a favor. Anybody that is on the chat list, like go to the mod page. Anybody that's on the chat list that you know is a real person and not a bot, please proceed to finish giving out shout-outs that I haven't gotten to yet, because I've only got an hour with you folks. And I'd rather get to playing the DLC content that I've been looking forward to so much.
Alright, you might want to hold on to something. We're coming up on the wall.
This is the
getting used to.
I don't see any wall.
This is the second of 2 pieces of DLC content
Woven by our ancestors to keep our village hidden from
for Final Fantasy 16.
But don't take my word for it.
I should have it beaten by the end of my streaming tonight. Rabbit, did you hear what I said?
Oh, that was worse than a slug of Bacchus wine.
Clive, the sky.
It's blue, but how is that
You have powers now. Please use them to go through the chat list on the mod page and give shout-outs to anybody I have not given a shout-out to. Because in my chat, I have a rule. If you are a real person, and I know you're a real person, you get a shout-out. It is a limited form of power, Mr. Rabbit. So do not abuse it, or it will be taken away from you.
We're here.
No, you're not. My son is my world. You're a real girl. And I already gave your ass a shout out. Also, as a reminder, Waifu Crafts and My Son Is My World, you are respectively 10 and 20 bits along the way towards earning a tier 2 viewer reward redemption in my channel. And you have approximately 8 more 4 days to achieve that goal, which requires only 200 bits, or 1 gifted sub, or a purchase of a sub, or the re-up of a sub. Which means if you manage to earn it, this goes for everybody, you get to choose a game, as long as it's not on my ban list, as long as I have access to it, that I will play live on stream for a week just for you. Trophy earned, Homecoming. I entered Mysidia. What the fuck ever. Wait. Oh, nope, that's not something I can do anything with.
She wouldn't hear me.
Fuck, I can't get my chocobo.
This path can be treacherous. If not for the sheer drop, then for the beasts who prowl it.
Thank you for the warning. And please, call me Clive. Cid is an alias.
You will be pleased to learn, Lady Shula, that I have no such aliases.
Is that so?
I don't know who the fuck Paul is.
It's all the same to me.
But would you please do the shoutouts, Rabbit, or I shall give somebody else the power.
I was wondering when they'd pick up our scent.
Stand back. We'll handle this.
Oh, will you now? Shall I keep my axe and spells to myself then?
This one.
Don't threaten him with a good time, Rabbit.
Yet I see you carry no crystals.
Since when did a bearer ever need crystals?
But then, where is your brand?
Waiting for me in Sunbreck, if I ever get careless.
Then it's in for a long wait.
Hiya, Haley! I already gave my Son Is My World a shout out. I said the ones I haven't done yet. Wascally Wabbit.
We're almost at the summit. From there, you'll have a better view of our home. Few have ever set eyes on what I'm about to show you. Just so you know.
It's not what I expected.
Welcome, my friends, to Mysidia.
Who is this person?
It's been
I
a
don't
long
know
time
you,
since I saw the North
and I'm
looking
not
so
trying to accept friend requests from you,
So
you dumbass.
Alive.
I'm sure you have plenty of questions, but it's been a long journey, and I expect we could all do with a rest. Our humble village is only a short way from here, if you'd care to accompany me. Let's get ourselves in front of a fire, and I'll tell you everything you need to know.
Oh, my good buddy Jared's live. Excellent. I love Jared. He's awesome.
It's beautiful, Shula.
And we aim to keep it that way.
Pokeballs into the chat, folks. Let's make sure. Oh, damn. I can't use that. Son of a bitch. It's a Pokepuke. And it's from the Pokemon Community Game Bot.
Are those stones glowing?
That's one of the cairns which maintain the glamour. Steer well clear.
It's, I don't even remember what kind of typing it has. It's just a Pokepuke, so I don't give a fuck. Because it's not Digimon. And you guys could try to argue with me till you're blue in the face trying to make a claim that Pokepuke is superior to Digimon. But you'd be wrong.
One wonders what prompted it.
That to quicken the rate at which the meter fills. Release it. Yu-Gi-Oh! I was good with until Yu-Gi-Oh! 7s. It's the latest Yu-Gi-Oh! Series with Rush Duels and shit like that, and it's just not all that great. Like, I don't like Rush Duels, and I don't like Yu-Gi-Oh! 7s all that much. Like, I've got to finish watching the series once it's, like, over and done. Hey, I liked 5D, sir. I really did. 5Ds is so good. Yeah, you fucked that one up. It might be better to copy and paste the names. Because I'm sure Deviant Chelsea doesn't play Final Fantasy 16 on my channel. I'm fairly certain of this. I would have to wonder how the fuck she got my information. Because don't nobody get my sign-in info. I don't give a fuck who you are. You can be my own fucking mom, either biological or adopted. Bitch, I ain't giving you shit. I am maintaining the security of my shit. And I don't give a fuck. Oh, fuck. We don't need to be going into multiverse theory, okay? Leave that shit the fuck alone. That shit gets confusing enough.
Open the gates! The tributary is home!
Speaking of, like, multiverse theory and all that kind of related junk, are you a South Park fan, Pop?
Outsiders? Well, I never.
Uh,
Look at the size of that.
I was only asking because I've been trying to catch up on some of the more recent South Park stuff that I haven't seen yet. And they recently did the two-part South Park.
Get many visitors.
I don't know if it was intended to be a movie or if it's just a series of episodes that got mashed together into a pair of movies. But it's called The Streaming Wars, where they brought, like,
Believe me now.
multiverse theory finally into South Park.
But how did your people chance to settle here in the north? Unless I am much mistaken, the moats of water long called the coasts of Southern Ash their home. Until Drake's Horn fell and the Blight forced them ever inland, where...
We met our doom, along with our dominant. I see you've read the Gregorian Church's account, but perhaps you'd like to hear ours. That building over there is the Witten Hall. It's where my people gather to discuss matters of import. We can speak more inside, once the place is ready to receive you. It shouldn't take long, but you're welcome to explore the village while I see to things.
Thank you. We'll do just that.
I don't know much about the cyberpunk stuff.
What do we do? I don't know. Just look busy.
That's something I kind of want to start delving into at some point. I just have so much shit on my plate.
Or I fear for the autumn harvest.
One thing I'm looking forward to that should be getting a season 2 is the Fallout series. And season 1 was so good.
I give you my grain, you give me your eggs. Everyone's happy.
If anyone in here hasn't seen it, especially if you're a fan of the Fallout games, you've got to watch the Fallout series on Amazon Prime. It's so good.
I'm sorry.
My understanding is Supernatural is completely done. That there will be no more seasons. I mean, they made that basically pretty fucking clear at the end of season 15 with how they ended that. And let's be 100% clear. I really liked Supernatural. I truly enjoyed it.
Please, Grandad, tell us another story about the
But
witch.
there's a problem to Supernatural. And the problem to Supernatural is that after about season 10 to 12, somewhere in that area, the series really started dropping off.
Seems like one of the cairns was disturbed by an ibex. As if we didn't have enough to do. Busy or not, though, we'll need to see to it soon. Don't want the glamour unraveling.
Suddenly, there were curls everywhere I looked. It was all I could do to make it back to Haven without being torn limb from limb.
All you could do.
Like,
And there I was thinking you were a bearer.
I'm not trying to be mean to the show Supernatural. I really enjoyed it, but I mean, somewhere around seasons 10 to 12, it wasn't as good as it should have been. It dropped way off.
The tributary is in the Witten Hall, as you should be.
I think, like, my particular point of view for what happened is that by about season 10 to 12,
On the outside, didn't you? Is it really like the sea it is?
that they had really done everything they could reasonably do, covered everything that they could reasonably cover.
How long do you think this bridge has been standing here?
And they just started kind of push more content out because fans kept demanding more content. And so I think it was more of
Well, you should have thought about that.
a fan appeasement versus versus maintaining the show's integrity. And that, in my mind, affected the show in and of itself. I felt that a lot of what came after, you know, season 10 to 12 was just, it felt really forced to me in a lot of ways. I mean, I don't know if anybody in here who watches Supernatural would agree with me, but I really think it felt very, very forced after season 12.
Intruders!
No, do you think he may? Welcome to Haven. The tributary awaits you within the Witten Hall.
Oh, I don't think Cypher has that kind of control. Not in our universe. Alright.
So what do you think of our little haven in the woods? It might not have all the comforts of a southern settlement, but at least it's ours.
And there's a lot to be said for that. It can't have been easy keeping this place a secret.
Not easy, no. We've dedicated our lives to maintaining the glamour that conceals us. Us and Walius.
This man, Walius, is he Leviathan's dominant?
That's right. Though he's no man, Walius is still a baby.
A baby?
Forgive me, but you said that the Dominant and his icon were bound inside the Surge almost a century ago. That would surely make him older still.
It would, if he'd been allowed to age. But the spell robbed the poor bairn of even that.
I'm sorry.
Walius was the son of my great-grandfather. Leviathan awoke within him almost immediately. But instead of allowing the lad to live out his life as a valued member of the community, my ancestors sought to put his power to other uses. Sadly for them, the Icon sensed their treachery and summoned a wave so large it would have swallowed the entire village if my ancestors hadn't stopped him.
Then it is not the surge that binds the child, but time itself.
Yes.
Forgive me. I'm still not sure I understand.
I'm not surprised. It isn't the easiest thing to explain. Which is why it might be better if I took you to see him. Show you exactly what he has to endure.
That is why we came.
Then let us be off. There's a road that leads north from the village. It'll take us right into the surge.
Are you bound for the Wave, Tributary?
We are, Delina. Have you spread the word about our guests?
I have. Everyone knows to treat them as family.
Oh, no, wrong one.
You shouldn't have any trouble now, but just in case, I would have you accept this symbol of our people.
That's very kind. I look forward to meeting the family.
The feeling's mutual.
Should the Tributary be indisposed, feel free to ask me any questions you might have regarding the village, and I'll do my best to
Alright,
answer.
now I can turn on my sound alerts and keep them on for the rest of the fucking night.
Then I bid you good tide.
Excellent.
Our storehouse lies
Fucking
across
rabbit.
the bridge. If you're short of supplies, you may find what you need there. But we will have to ask you for recompense, poor as we are.
Oh, wow, there's a whole...
You are Sid, aren't you? The man the Tributary told us about?
There's a whole slew of new side quests to go with this one. That's impressive.
Oh, nothing too troublesome. Do you know my husband, Pavat? He's the village smith, among other things. Anyway, his name day's not far off, and I wanted to make a gift for him. He's a craftsman, you see, and he's been fretting about running low on the flowers he uses for dye making, so I wondered if you might collect some for me and give them to him.
Would this gift not be better coming from you?
Perhaps, but it can't, for reasons I can't go into. Please, I know it sounds daft, but I'd be ever so grateful.
Fine. Which flowers does your husband need?
The sweet little blue ones that grow around the fount. Elder's blessings, they're called. We use them to dye our fabrics so we always feel close to water like they are. You don't need to go to the trouble of picking them yourself, though. Just speak to the field hands and ask them to share their harvest with you. 2 basketfuls should be enough for my husband to be getting on with.
2 basketfuls it is.
Fred Tater? Or Fried Tater? Somebody's trying to make me hungry. How rude. How dare you make me hungry, sir? Ma'am, whatever.
Oh, I'll have her hide when she gets back. Oh, sorry. I was leagues away. How can I help you? If you're after something from the storehouse, it's actually my wife you'll want to talk to. She will have to charge you for the goods, though. Not that we'd fleece you or anything. It's just, you know, needs must.
I understand.
Forgot how loud some of those fucking sound alerts are.
Down for you for a bit.
Ah, right.
She's got her hands full with the inventory, you see. It should have been my daughter's job, really, but the willful little Rills decided to make herself scarce. Ah, the heavens only know where that girl's got to.
If you'd like me to keep an eye out for her.
Oh, no. I couldn't ask that of an outsider. Could I? You wouldn't mind?
Of course not. She won't have gone far, will she?
I hope not.
Well, when I have my speakers up to what I consider a reasonable level in order to hear
Free spirit is
other stuff through my laptop, yes.
Can't get her to sit still, especially once you heard you lot run.
And I have like the volume and shit
Should have seen her little eyes light up.
maxed.
If she wanted
I don't know why they'd be so low.
The guard there might have spotted her.
Maybe you could ask him. Ruka, her name is.
All right. I'll let you know if I find her. Try not to worry.
I don't know why they'd be low for you and not.
Excuse me.
Weird.
I wonder, might you be able to spare a basket?
All this tech shit goes way over my fucking head.
Wife tasked me with collecting some for her husband, and suggested that I speak to you.
Ah. Werda wants you to bless her better half with the fruits of our labour, does she? Go on then. Give the old fool something to squirm about.
I'm sorry.
Ah, don't worry about it. An old fool Pavat may be, but if you come bearing gifts, he's not fool enough to turn you away.
I'm glad to hear it. Thank you.
I mean, to be honest, for a while, like, I don't know what happened, but for a while, like, I couldn't even get my sound alerts to fucking work, so I didn't even have them.
Ah, welcome to Haven, friend.
I just recently got them fucking working again
Forgive my
in the last
but the smith's wife has asked me to make her
couple of
husband
months.
a present of some elders' blessings. 2 basketfuls, to be precise.
Well, I have one, if that's any help.
It is.
And, you know, I wasn't the only streamer that was having trouble with sound alerts for, like, a year and a half.
Aren't they just? Though that's not the only
Like,
reason they have a special place. In
There
my
were
heart.
a bunch of streamers I know of that were having issues
From Ash,
with sound
majority of the
alerts
time took some seeds
up until
with them.
fairly recently.
And as they wandered high and low across the Twins, he'd plant them wherever they stopped for border. Every elder since has done the same. So when we finally put down roots here in Mysidia, the flowers did too.
That's 2 basketfuls. Time to visit Pavat.
It's not giggy giggy, it's giggity giggity. You gotta do it right. Swear, kids these days.
What do you want?
Your wife asked me to bring you these flowers.
That woman. Come out. I know you're there.
Who? Me?
You know what, Rabbit? Just for that, no food for a month.
To explain what's going on.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to deceive you. It's just my husband can be a bit standoffish at times, and I thought this might be a good way for the two of you.
Hello, Psycho Hunter.
What with you being a swordsman like, and him being the only smith in the village? It'd be a shame if you couldn't turn to him for help.
The only reason he couldn't turn to me for help is because I have my hands full with all the orders you lot dumped on me. I'm pretty much done with them now, though. But, for the record, the tributary said that we were to lend you outsiders our aid, and that's exactly what I was planning to do. With or without my darling wife's meddling. Still, here we are.
If you ain't my age,
Acquainted.
you're still a kid to
All you
me.
need, just bring us the
Especially if
materials,
you're like in your fucking 20s still.
all right then. And tar for the flowers. I was running low.
You use them for dyeing, I hear.
Aye. Crush the petals and it makes a fine and lasting blue. We use it to stain the cloth for our tunics and pennons. Remind us where we come from, like.
As motes of water. Children of the sea.
That's right. The pattern too was left by our ancestors. The Ceaseless Rill, it's called. It symbolizes the river of our tribe, with the strength of Leviathan running through it. And no matter how that river has ebbed, flowed, changed its course, the flowers of
I don't know. I'm 45.
growing on our banks.
I haven't met a whole lot of streamers that are my age or older.
Need something crafting? Let me know.
I will. It was a pleasure to meet you.
Yeah, not that big a difference. Haven Foundry? This is just a smith place. Is that what this is? Yeah, okay, that's what this is. Thought it might have been, thought it might have been maybe like, some blueprints or something to unlock new armor sets. Nova!
We haven't seen the store.
How you doing, Nova?
Little Ruka. I have, as it happens. She went out through the gate not long ago.
Out of the village? Alone?
Aye, she does it all the time. There's a path off to the left which leads down to the river. Nice little spot, that. It's safe as you like. The beasts of the mountain don't dare come so close to the village.
You know, my son is my world.
I will.
I don't know if we could say we love you. More like maybe, you know, we tolerate you.
They're not here either. It's you! I've been looking everywhere for you.
You must be Ruka.
You know my name?
I mean, Rabbit.
Can you lot read minds?
Your father.
Remember something about
You left without telling him where you were going.
me and I guess Paul.
But I went to look for you.
Well, now you found me.
We're Gen
You
X.
say we head back to the village and let your father know you're safe.
We've heard
All right.
way worse growing
On
up.
the way home,
Hell, we've said way worse.
I want to know everything.
To us, feelings are just a suggestion.
Everything might be a stretch.
And we don't like suggestions much. Isn't that right, Paul?
Thank you for bringing her home. And I'm sorry for the trouble.
Oh, no. It was a pleasure.
Daddy, did you know that there are villages 10 times as big as Haven in the outside world? 10 times! Cities, they call them. And in these cities, they have great big walls and towers and castles.
It's a great series for the most part.
You can tell me all about the outside world later, sweet pea. Now go and help your mum with
There are, it's kind of hit and miss in some areas. Like, universally, Final Fantasy 13 is one of the ones that's looked down on a lot. Like, a lot of fans aren't a huge...
Reckon you've made a good first impression. Are we the only one she's ever met?
Not a huge fan of 13 for a lot of reasons. But you also have to remember, Final Fantasy's been going since like the late 80s. Like, the first game came out on the NES in America in like, I think 87 is what I looked up. And there's
On top of the old ruins, didn't you? Well,
like 40 some odd entries in the Final Fantasy series overall, including the current MMORPG FF14 and its previous incarnation FF11, which to my understanding is no longer playable. The servers aren't up any minute or anymore. There's, like, I looked it up just for one of the planes of reality for Final Fantasy. Final Fantasy VII.
So please, do me
And there's like almost 10 games that are Final Fantasy VII related.
my purse strings loose.
And the only one most people think of when you say Final Fantasy, when they're not talking about the recent remake, which I'm not even going to begin to go into why I hate how they're doing that. I hate it so much. But there's, when people think of Final Fantasy VII, they think of the original Final Fantasy VII game itself that, like, everybody knows with Cloud Strife and all of that. But ironically enough, there's, like, the Dirge of Cerberus. There's a second part to the Dirge of Cerberus for Final Fantasy VII. There's several different Crystal Chronicle games that go along with Final Fantasy VII. There's like an anime movie that goes along with Final Fantasy. Like, there's all this other stuff that's all part of the same plane of reality in Final Fantasy's multiverse that goes with the game. Like, I knew about the Dirge of Cerberus. I didn't know about most of the other stuff that went with it. And what I mean is, I didn't know it went with Final Fantasy VII. Like, I knew about some of the other stuff. I'd either seen it or played it a little bit. I wasn't aware that it tied directly into Final Fantasy VII in and of itself. Like, that's where I was like, wait, what? Didn't, you know, like, kind of one of those things where I'm like, wait, what? This is all part of the same plane of reality in the Final Fantasy multiverse? I didn't know that. I didn't know all of this tied into a single plane of reality with Final Fantasy.
See, we can use that.
So it gets, like, when you start delving into FF and looking at, like, all the stuff that ties into it in some way, shape, or form, like, it gets super interesting. And now, you know, Final Fantasy has a TCG. It's now going to have an entry in Magic the Gathering, which I think is just cool as shit. I love that Magic's bringing Final Fantasy into the fold. like it's done with Assassin's Creed, like it's done with Fallout and some other things like Transformers. I am a huge fan of that occurring. I cannot wait for the Final Fantasy VII or the Final Fantasy set to drop in Magic.
This is all we can pay.
I'm going to end up spending probably 2 months buying the starter decks and shit. And experimenting with them, getting to know how they work, and just having a lot of fun with Magic and Final Fantasy. It's going to be a blast, honestly. I am super looking forward to it. But I'm going to go ahead and get the raid started so that we can pass the Armada to the next sailor. It's Drunken Sorrows, who is playing Lethal Company. Not sure exactly what that is. Some kind of... Oh, okay. Yeah, I've seen the gameplay before. I don't know how to describe it properly, but whatever. But I will be remaining on stream for at least another hour, depending on how far along into finishing this DLC content. I may or may not try to get it done before the end of the night.
This is all we can pay.
I don't know for sure whether I want to try to go that far or not.
Very well.
But if you want to come back,
This is all we have.
you're more than welcome to it. I'd be happy to have you.
Well, if you're sure you need it, then I bid you good time.
But let's make sure that we go show Miss Drunken Sorrows all that Armada love. And if you don't, you'll catch me boot in places you don't want me boot. And then I'll tell Tech on you because, you know, I can.
Tributary season those outsiders.
So if anybody wants to come back, you know, tab me up while they've got Drunken Sorrows tabbed on the Armada Express. I welcome you in.
Suddenly,
Meanwhile, I'm going to continue working on proceeding further in this particular bit of DLC content.
There's a pair of ships just up ahead.
Ships? But are we not still leagues from the shore?
make sure we get a quick save in on this. In case my system decides it wants to take a quick dump on me. Just happened playing this game once. It was super annoying. Cost me to end up quitting stream an hour early because I didn't know if I was going to be able to retain the work I'd put in over like 4.5, 5 hours that day. All right, let's get my map up.
Over here! This
I should need more than a level 1 Mega Flare on that.
The quickest route to the Surge is due east, past the second galley.
Shula, how did these ships come to be here?
What do you imagine happens when an Icon of Water gets angry?
Really, brother? Did you have to ask?
I assume at some point I'll get a chance to do a tad bit more. Oh shit! Tonberries.
Fell creatures consumed by their hatred for everyone and everything.
Everything save.
This I'm saving up for a level 4 Mega Flare. I know how powerful Tonberries are. I've got that experience in Final Fantasy. I do not play with these creatures. Fuck Tonberries. Almost as much of an annoyance to fight as the cactus thingamajigs. God, what the fuck did they call them? Cactors, I think, if I remember the name right. Fucking hate fighting those goddamn things too. Boy, that was fast.
I can smell the sea.
It's not far now.
Pokeballs in chat. You only got a few seconds left.
How will we reach the Surge?
We'll follow the coastline north. There's a bridge that'll take us across to the Cape. You don't want to go down there. Trust me.
Do I even want to ask why?
Yes, I want to know why. Why would I not want to go down there? I like the fight.
Might I inquire about the Ray of Light?
It's what prevents the Surge from being reclaimed by the sea. And Dwalius by his people.
You know, Ace, if I wanted your lip, I'd rattle my zipper. How many times do I have to tell you this?
All yours, Torgal.
Adamantoise. Let's ruin his day. Ow! Motherfucker. Oh, right to the head. Close, like, point blank. That's not nice. Come on, there we go. Fire charged. Into Dragonic Flame. I realized that fight there was completely unnecessary. I'm well aware of that. But I wanted to pick that fight. Because honestly, in this game, the giant tortoises and turtles are the single hardest creatures to beat. Because you literally only have 2 potential spots where your attacks will actually hit.
You said before that the child is bound within the Surge.
And one of them, you have to get the damn thing to rear the fuck up.
I trust we won't have to hold our breath.
No. The Surge wraps around the cape without engulfing it. If we continue to its tip, there is a path down to the seabed. And the wave's origin.
Right. It won't be the first dominant we've met at the bottom of the ocean.
Ooh. Well, that's gonna stink a little bit.
It's not much further now.
The path seems well kept. Do you and the villagers often come this way?
Only me. Once every new moon without fail. It is my duty both as village elder and Walius's descendant.
But surely no one blames you for what happened. Why should you bear the responsibility alone?
You misunderstand. I do it because I want to. To show him that he isn't alone, and that there are still some of us who would see an end.
All right, much as I want to get through this before having to do this, my body is telling me I'm not going to. So, I'm going to pause here. I got to go take a piss. I'll be back in a minute. Y'all just hang tight. All right, sorry about that. When you gotta go, you gotta go.
With your own eyes. The forest grows quickly here. Left unattended, the path would be reclaimed in a matter of moons.
Does the light point the way to the child?
It does indeed.
All right, doesn't look like there's anything over there for me to go grab.
Look at all the droplets of water suspended in midair.
Where they have remained untouched by time for 80 summers.
It's not right.
No. It's not.
There. Up ahead. Down in the center. Follow me.
He's still primed.
I'll never forget my first priming. The fear. And I was old enough to understand what was happening. One can only imagine how this poor child felt.
He is the victim of an unforgivable sin. Committed by people who saw him as nothing but a means to an end. He must be so frightened.
Then I'll ease his burden.
You don't mean?
I'm not going to hurt him. Contrary to the tales, I don't go around killing dominants for no reason. What if I told you there was a way to remove Wallis' icon?
I tell you, you were a madman.
It's hard to believe, I know. But it can be done. Though, it isn't without its risks. Part of the icon remains no matter what.
So, it might still come to violence.
I don't know. It depends on the dominant. I've seen things end well, and I've seen things spiral out of control. But I do know one thing. If we turn our backs on this child, there will be no end to his suffering. And I think that a worse fate than the alternative. Don't you?
Very well. Do what you must. And whatever happens, I will own the consequences.
Don't be afraid, little one. Let me bear the weight.
I'm gonna get a new icon. That's fucking cool as shit.
I think so. I can feel the icon inside me. But something's wrong. He wasn't just afraid. He was angry. All right. Let's see what you've given me.
That's pretty cool.
No, just an egg, but a formidable adversary nonetheless.
Oh, look. It has friends. This one. All yours, Torvald. This
Oh good, I could still semi-prime. That's Leviathan? Or at least an aspect of it? Interesting.
He seems calmer now.
You said Walius was frozen in time. But he knew we were here. How?
I don't know. He's never reacted to anything or anyone. Until now.
The child has been bound for nigh on a century. If he has been conscious from the first, we must remove the seal at once.
It's not that simple. I wish it were, but... there's more to this tale. It would be better if I explained back at the village.
I see. Then let's return before it gets dark.
Okay, I knew it wasn't going to be that goddamn easy.
I'm sorry, Walius. I will make this right.
Trophy earned. Flow. I awaken the storm.
So, part of Leviathan is inside you now, is it? Does it hurt?
No. Not anymore, anyway.
Good. Because I still have need of your strength. If you want to know the rest, we should head to the Witten Hall.
Of course.
Okay. This gets curiouser and curiouser. Looks like I need to head up this way. I believe that there. Yeah, that should be the Witten Hall.
To understand the spell which binds Walyas, you must first know who we are, and what drove my forebears to commit such an atrocity. This tapestry is our story, the one that brought us here. After generations of wandering, my people sought refuge in northeastern Storm, some 170 years ago. But in exchange for our safety, the Gregorian Church demanded we renounce our faith, and branded us heretics when we could not.
To be exterminated, as a lesson to others.
And so was it chronicled in the Imperial histories, for anything less would have made the Church seem weak. Yet a handful survived. The few who did fled north and west, and in doing so discovered two things that would forever shape our fates. The first was an old legend, revealing how to make your very own Mother Crystal.
I've heard that one before.
Yes, yet it gave them new hope, however false. Our ancestors convinced themselves that they could recreate the divine if they could only find a strong enough heart. A living being capable of channeling torrents of ether. And the heavens provided.
A dominant. Walyas.
They'd stumbled across a nostrum in an ancient ruin, which they believed could provoke a sudden outpouring of a creature's ether. They meant to enrage his icon. Leviathan would have destroyed everything, had our people not made their second important discovery. A means to stop time itself?
Where did they find that? The Northerners had no such magics, or they would have used them.
When our ancestors first arrived, the land was uninhabited, save for an old witch who lived on the highest peak. Her body had been consumed by the curse, a cruel payment for her long years of service to the Northern Thanes. So desperate were they to prevent the fall of Drake's Eye, they'd forced her to devise a spell to stop time.
But Drake's Eye did fall.
It did. When she finally perfected the necessary magics, it was already too late. As punishment for her failure, the Thanes exiled her to this forsaken place to live out the few days she had left. Knowing her suffering, our ancestors cared for her as best they could, and in return, she gifted them her spell. That even though she should die, her legacy might live on. So armed with both the knowledge of the ancients and the secrets of time, our ancestors settled upon an ambitious plan. They would create a new Mother Crystal and enchant it that it might endure for all eternity. Thus would our people's wandering, our suffering, finally end, and prosperity visit us once more. And all it would require was the sacrifice of a single child. A small price to pay, or so they believed.
Another victim of man's blind reliance on the Mother Crystals. So we know the seal source. How do we break it and restore the flow of time?
Do you recall the Dome of Light on top of the cliffs to the west? Inside lie the ruins of an old temple. It was there that the witch built the Vare, a conduit of sorts that channels her remaining ether into the Surge. But it's been a long time since anyone set foot in the place. And now, there are others who claim it as their own.
Then we shall go prepared for a fight. That said, it may be best if one of us stays behind.
You think the village could be in danger?
We saw the ether flow from Wallius in all directions, but only encountered a single familiar. There will be more. And should even one make its way here, I doubt the walls could hold it back for long.
Then I shall stay. The Phoenix will see your people safe, tributary.
You have my thanks.
Very well. We should depart at once. I fear time may no longer be a luxury we can afford.
Oh, hi. He's right. It's not a luxury they can afford anymore.
The Vare is not easy to find. We must first head north, and then west, deeper into the forest.
No sign of the child.
What is it you want? Till next time, then.
This is actually going to take me a lot longer than I anticipated.
Try to breathe.
There's just so many fucking new side quests and shit.
Is everything all right?
Ah, you're the outsider. I'm Fannet, healer by trade. And this is Talor, one of my patients. He took ill not long after you arrived.
Nothing too serious, I hope.
I hope so too, but this affliction...
It's kind of weird because the previous DLC content that I just finished shortly, like not that long ago, like an hour, 20 minutes ago, there were no additional side quests. It was just straight go from here to here to here to here to here, do this, and that, and that was basically it.
Shula said that you were here to help us. You couldn't help me, could you?
I'd be happy to. If I can.
You can, don't worry. All I need you to do is speak to Talor's son, Pavat, over at the forge, and ask if he knows what his father was up to before he came down sick. Something must have caused this, and I want to find out what. The trouble is, Talor's too weak to speak, and I can't leave his side for long. So while you talk to Pavat, I'll pay his wife word a quick visit, just in case she knows anything.
Right.
Leave me be. Let me go. Let me go.
Bastard things. Oh, I never should have let him go alone. Ty, take me. What am I gonna do? You've got to help me. Shula said you were a force to be reckoned with. Are you?
Why do you ask?
Eh? Oh, sorry. I should explain. My name's Kitan. I'm worried about a friend of mine. He went into the forest and he hasn't come back. Would you help me find him?
Sure.
I can try. Tell me what I need to know.
Of course. You know about the glamour our ancestors cast to keep this place hidden, right?
Shula told us about it, yes.
Right. So you know the cairns we use to maintain the spell? Well, it's me and my friend's job to maintain them. If it weren't for the likes of us, it would have faded years ago.
So your friend went into the forest to visit one of these cairns?
Aye, that's right. He said he was going down to Father's Fell. There are two cairns out that way, one by the banks of the Swift Run, and another near the Winged Wains, the ships in the forest.
All right. How will I know this friend of yours?
His name's Nassef. He's about my height, but clean-shaven. If you could track him down and see that he's come to no harm, I'd be much obliged. I'll search the village, just in case anyone's seen him, and meet you back here.
Very well.
Okay. We'll get to it when I get to it.
One camp by the ships, another by the river. Better get moving.
Hail, stranger. Are you a rider by any chance?
I am. What gave me away?
Oh, I can smell it on you. The scent of the stables. And not just any stables. Something tells me you've never been one to ride half-starved birds with chine gall and wet beak. If I had a guess, I'd say your bird eats only the finest greens and has her feathers groomed twice a day with a curl hairbrush.
I mean,
nothing but the best for my
we take care of Ambrosia, our chocobo in this game. Obviously, we love Ambrosia. Ambrosia's amazing.
Well,
I don't know that we go that far.
Strong. And her feathers are as white as snow.
You're joking. You've got a white chocobo.
I have, yes. I suppose they are rather rare.
This I've got to see. Can you bring her here?
I would if I could, but I doubt Shula's skiff could hold her.
Me dad's got a boat. And he's ferried chocobos before. You could get him to bring her.
I mean, it'd be nice to have access to Ambrosia. It could make getting place to place outside city walls so much faster.
You would? Well, I don't suppose.
Plus, the chocobo ninja kick while you're running around riding is just awesome.
Where could I find your father?
He'll be in the storehouse on the other side of the brook. Tell him Manda sent you.
Okay. More to pick up.
Bastard things.
You one of the outsiders, then?
I am. Shula invited me. Are you Manda's father?
I am. Got you running errands for her already, has she?
She's asked to see my chocobo, but I'd need your help and your boat to bring her here.
Or you could just say no. Honestly, that girl and her birds, she'll be growing feathers soon enough.
I'm told I didn't take the idea seriously at first. But thinking about it, it would make it easier to get around if I had Ambrosia here. Can you help?
Well, if you're sure that's what you want. The tributary says we're to treat you lot as we would each other. So, if you need me to ferry your bird over, then that's what I'll do. Still, they don't take the water easily. I'll need you to bring us a mimic goat or two to keep her calm on the journey over.
And where would I find one of those?
Oh, don't ask me. It's been years since I last brought a chocobo across the bay, and I'm told the world's changed a fair bit since then. Where do you usually get your stable supplies from?
Well, the man who made Ambrosia's tack lived in Martha's Rest, and if I remember correctly, he traded in chocobo feed too. So I suppose I'll go and ask him.
I'll be sailing over to Northreach soon to pick up some supplies. While I do that, you collect your bird and your gourd, and then meet me by the shore. Just don't take too long, all right?
Okay.
we pick too many of the flowers, there won't be enough of. And then next year, we won't have any.
Oh, okay, there's where I want it. Yep.
Oh, do you need something?
I do, though not from the forge. Fanet asked me to speak with you. She's looking into the cause of your father's illness and wondered if you could shed any light on the matter.
I see. Sorry. She shouldn't have dragged you into this.
It's no trouble, really. Tell me, did your father do anything out of the ordinary before he fell ill?
Not that I know of. But then I hardly see him. He's always out and about, like. Well, at least he was. Suppose he might have been a bit more fidgety than usual, but apart from that...
When you say out and about, where does he usually go?
Just round the village. Wanders over to Blazier's place most days. He's a fisher who lives on the other side of the fount. They're old friends. Maybe he knows something I don't.
Maybe. I'll go and speak with him.
Thank you, sir.
Greetings, stranger. What can I do for you?
Your name is Blazier, is it not? Pavard tells me you're a friend of his father's, and that the two of you may have spent some time together prior to his illness.
His illness? Talor's never been ill a day in his life. I don't know why he'd start now.
Oh, Fanet doesn't know either. It was she who asked me to look into his recent behavior on the off chance it might explain how his condition arose.
Oh, I suppose there was something that struck me as a bit odd. He kept asking about the woods. Did you see anything strange on your way back from the shore? Are you certain? Do you swear? That kind of thing. I didn't, of course. But he wouldn't let it go. It was like he was expecting something to happen. It was just a matter of when. Not that I know what. But he never told me anyway.
Well, that certainly does sound unusual. And it might just be what Fanet is looking for. Thank you.
I don't mention it. Oh, and when you say Talor, wish him the best from me, eh?
Let's see what the healer makes of this.
Alright, so there's something up this way to deal with.
My lord, may I... There is a matter with which I would beg your aid.
Of course, what is it?
Please, not so loud.
Something serious, then.
Pokeballs in chat!
I think we might have company. I was passing by the low gate when I saw a figure moving among the trees up on the cloak. At first, I thought it must have been you or your brother, so I didn't say anything, but the more I think about it, the more certain I am that the figure looked familiar.
And you're sure it wasn't one of the other villagers?
Positive. I think it was someone from outside the wall who has found his way inside. Of course, it could just be my imagination playing tricks on me. I only caught a fleeting glimpse, and it might have been you or your brother. But if it is who I think it is, we cannot allow him to leave now that he knows we're here. Would you go and see? He won't try to hurt you, believe me. Given what lurks in the forest, the only one likely to get hurt is him.
Very well. Whether the man you saw is who you believe him to be or not, we need to know. It may yet be someone else entirely. Someone who means your people or my people harm.
Perhaps. Just promise me that if you do find someone up there...
Don't worry. I won't draw my sword unless I need to.
Thank you.
Ymilla, this man you saw, might he be the customer you told me of?
I fear so.
The customer?
I'll explain later. Come on.
Okay. That sounds scandal-filled. Just a wee bit scandal-filled.
No sign of the child.
I spoke with Werda, but she couldn't tell me anything. Did you have any better luck?
Nothing conclusive. But there was one thing. Lazir, the fisherman, told me that Talor had taken a sudden interest in the forest of late. He kept asking him if he'd seen anything unusual there on his way back from the coast, but never let on what exactly he was expecting him to have seen.
The forest between here and the coast. Surely not. But then...
But then...
I can't say for sure. But I think Talor's illness might have some connection to the Tomberries. You may have encountered them during your time here. The small, scaly beastmen.
And you think they may have caused Talor's illness?
I do. At least in a way. And if I'm right, it's no wonder the treatments I've been trying didn't work. Oh, I know it's a lot to ask, but would you go down into Father's Fell for me? There's an altar there. And if my fears are true, an offering upon it.
What is going on here?
Please. I'll explain everything when you return, but time flows fast. I beg you, make haste for Father's Fell and take the offering from the altar. Talor's life may depend on it.
Okay, that sounds incredibly ominous. That really sounds incredibly ominous.
You're a braver man than me, taking a stroll through those woods. I'll be sticking to this end of the village, thank you very much.
Meh. I'm a badass who don't fear shit. Plus I have like 7 icon abilities sets at my disposal. Not particularly concerned with a wee stroll through the woods. Alright, it's that time of the evening. Oh, yeah, it is him. Okay. Coolness. Oh, shit. I'll need that off. So we're going to raid into Slayers Gaming 2024. It's playing EA Sports College Football 2K25. So y'all be good to yourselves, each other, the planet. Have fun. Stay the fuck out of trouble. Exercise the rights, responsibilities, and privileges of and duties of wherever you happen to be from. As viewers, show that love and respect to the streamers that you pay attention to, that you watch. As streamers, show that same love and respect to the streamers or the viewers that come to watch it. All right? Because we could do this job without them, but it wouldn't be any fun. This is your Immortal Sith Emperor signing out, and we will continue this DLC content tomorrow. Hopefully get through all this shit. And then, again, I'm hoping by the end of the weekend officially beat this game all the way through. All right. Smell you later.